Are we Gucci? Should be, yeah. Should be. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Load up the chat and get a link for this thing. We'll be on our way. Okay. Cool. Done with that. How about them FOMC apples? How about them apples? It's right there, yeah, yeah. Let's get everything else set up real quick. Relatively boring day, yeah? Relatively boring day. Just kind of sitting in the same trades now, and didn't have to do anything. Let's update our levels as well before we forget. Whoops. My bad. Well, I will say, I'm still pretty bearish, to be honest. I mean, obviously everyone has their own bias, but personally, I'm still feeling pretty bearish about this shit. Unless he's gonna start to actually flip these levels and go. Like, we had like build value up here, lost it, build a bunch of value down here, try to go up, immediately came back down, now we're building value even lower, right? So like it's getting lower and lower every time. Starting to spend more and more time hovering near the value area low. Hasn't been lost yet though, has not been lost yet. So there is that. Levels. Curious if we get any kind of fuckery tomorrow that the American markets are closed. Also, what a move on Coinbase today. Shout out to the Coinbase bag holders like yeah boy. Like, yeah boy. Also Circle, what a move on Circle right after the Genius Act got passed. That thing like just doubled basically today. Also, this 886 bounce, like, that's the other thing, right? Not only are we building value lower, but now we're like leaving behind like fucked up lows too on top of all these imbalances. We bounced right at the 886. Where's the... What? Think. Also, shout out to our yellow lines, right? Just remember to give a shout out to our yellow imaginary fucking lines as usual. Curious if we like swing fail pattern this level up here, right? It's 1.25 extension. I talked about this level yesterday. There's a bunch of like people to close up there. A bunch of high leverage positions from up there. Seems a little loud. $16. We'll close at like noon tomorrow, I guess, or something. Time would that be? Yeah, noon. Interesting. Arrow's been so fucking strong. This thing's been so goddamn strong. Feels bad. Feels bad. We didn't buy this when we knew about it so fucking early on. Feels fucking bad. It's okay though. That is okay. Who's a fuck, right? Who's a fuck? I think we already did all these, yeah. Gap already got filled. Also, I'd be pretty bearish if we start losing this level. Because we were starting to flip like the point of control for volume and time. Try and turn this bitch into support. So if this ends up failing, another sign of weakness, right? Tried to like fail auction once, didn't do it. Trying it on a higher time frame, potentially failing again. Repeated failures. by the bulls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. When's the next Fed meeting? As well, when is the next Fed meeting? I don't know when's the next one, but why? When's the next one? July 30th. And September 17th. October 29th. December 10th. And that is the rest of the year. Also curious if any fuckery happens in regards to this war stuff tomorrow, right? While the markets are closed. Leave that like that. Boom, 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 boom. Not the most eventful of day, but let's keep in mind that FOMC a lot of times does have like it's a global event, right? Other regions react to it as they wake up. Asia and then Europe. I mean, I'm sure the Europeans got the tail end. The market was already closed. The other thing is options expire on Friday, so we might not really get the true market sentiment of how everyone really feels till Monday, right? Holiday tomorrow and then options expiry Friday. Not really reflective of the market's thinking. Curious if we finally break these lows though, right? Do a potential swing fail down here, potentially. Maybe come down to the blue box. Yeah, definitely looking sus, right? Bitcoin, S&P are looking a little sus. You know, the party's a little too hard, starting to wobble around a little bit. I think they want to puke. Boot and rally. Okay. Done that. Shout out to the Maya. What's on over here? A whole lot. Okay. Yeah, very interesting level, right? Right now, this is like a pretty pivotal level. There's all this garbage to clean up here too, right? So flipping this is pretty important. If you're bullish, you definitely want to be seeing in this hold. If you're in longs, you definitely want to be seeing this golden pocket hold. And they are trying. They are definitely trying. How's all the order flow looking? Very little volume. Low volume. Leave it on there for a bit. While we do our thing. So I'm hungry as a motherfucker. Incredibly hungry. Hungry as a motherfucker. Yeah, I guess we didn't do like a trade catch up. There's nothing to really catch up on, right? We're just still staying in the same long, same short. Ain't nothing to really catch up on there. Any questions though, right? Any questions while we sit around? Cause your boy is already in his trades. I don't gotta do shit. I'm straight coolin'. Chillin' like a villain. 4 minutes after the 30-minute candle close. How did all this and other stuff end up doing? Definitely need to start keeping data of people in the chat, right? Because there's definitely some fucking NPCs that roll through here. Straight counter trade signals. Literally. Literally. Motherfucking counter trade signals, right? Motherfuckers coming here confident as hell, yapping about shit they don't know nothing about. Make me fucking laugh. Speaking of which, okay, okay, Bulls, I see you. I see you. Mm. mean to do that. Hello, hello, OG Miho. OG. Hello. A lot of up and downs today. Round tripping my ass. Yeah, yeah. It's usually kind of the before FOMC goes. That's why I try to get into trade before and just chill. I literally did nothing today, just fucking sat here chillin'. Don't have to worry about nothing. I mean, there's definitely opportunities, definitely trade opportunities for sure. All this other stuff we're doing. Got some small gains, but nothing wild. Yeah, I mean that's pretty that's how most trades go, right? Getting round trip and tiny profit most trades. The most common result. And once in a while you get a big old juicer. Speaking of juice, you might start going here actually. Turn the golden pocket into support. Start breaking this structure. So we can kind of sweep all these highs now, or what? Or what? Or not. Or nah. I gotta be pregnant or something. I'm so fucking hungry. It's unbelievable. Yeah, a lot of people definitely entertaining this trade, tell you that much. Oh my gosh, how's the weekly looking? everything. I'll leave this marked out. Bum 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 bum. I don't know what. Fuck. As we'll leave that like that. Not really a whole lot to do, right? Pretty boring last 2 days, not a whole lot to do. Just sitting here AFK in the same trades. Just chillin'. Boom, boom. Oh, I was gonna say, what the fuck is wrong with this chair? About to say. Yeah, I gotta get some oatmeal or something, or else I'm just gonna sit here starving to death the whole time. I have no damn food other than that.
Tell me if she still love me. It's 5 a.m. and I'm drunk right now. Tell me, can we still fuck? One-on-one, I'm in the zone right now. Tell me, am I still? I'm telling you just how I feel right now. You said it's just the drugs, and I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. I lied to you way before I had you writing songs. But then again, I can be drunk.
Damn, that shit was hard. Bump on 15 minutes after this 30-minute candle. I'm sure some people are fronting this in the lower time frames too, right? And a lot of people got filled here for sure, right? I'm sure a lot of people are entering right now with their stop loss here. Hoping to get in on this little sweepy to sweep. Turn the golden bucket into support and go in. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. And it's hot. That shit is piping hot. Open interest ramping up. Spot volume ramping up. I definitely want to squeeze these people out. There's a bunch of shorts trapped down here too, and they still haven't closed. Got him. Got him. Anyways, let them do their thing. I'm not too concerned with any of that. Any questions? Cause I'm about to nerd out myself, so I'm gonna be yapping a whole lot if there ain't nothing to talk about. Ain't gonna be yapping a whole lot. Oh, we will put an alarm up here. I'll put one down there. Boom, 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 boom. I'm just waiting for me to listen to stuff on stream without you guys hearing it. Like, watch a video. Is that possible? It must be, right? I need to figure out how to do that. So that would be ideal. We can watch some videos, catch up on some stuff, and nerding out. So just always reading. Also, when does this reset? Oh, it already has. Maybe we'll trade some alts. Maybe we'll trade some alts. There ain't really a whole lot to do on Bitcoin at this point. Try and get into some alt trades. will like know more about volume trading. What does that mean? You want to know more about volume trading? Is that what that means? I suspect that's what you meant. Sort of way to identify levels of interest, right? This is the volume node. You usually want to be taking shorts from up top and longs from below. Helps you identify where people agree on the price, where value is built. So if everyone agrees the price is in this area, then people are going to sell if it goes above it, right? And they're going to buy if it goes below, because everyone agrees the price is here. Your job is to identify these areas and then see, is it coming back and going down, or is it coming back and leaving the zone based on the data, based on the math. You can read auction markets in profile, or Google auction market theory, or Google volume profiles, Google everything, all explained on there. Nothing is secret. Then you can kind of gauge the strength of the move based on the volume by time. Amongst other things. No problem. No problem, MB. There's a lot more to it than that, right? It's like a very simple, gross oversimplification of it. But yeah, that's like the general basic premise of it. If you really want to nerd out, like read markets in profile, read mind over markets, or read auction market theory. Should get you going in the right direction. If you have any questions about that, let me know, right? Let your boy know and we'll try and figure it out. to do that. Bring this back over here. What do I get back? How do I get back? Okay, got it. Sweet. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we back, we back. I closed the dashboard page, I lost the chat and whatnot. Okay, okay. Harris, Kamal, hello. Hello, my friend. How are you? How art thou? Good, that's amazing. It's amazing. How was your FOMC Wednesday? Pretty interesting, right? Pretty interesting. There's some inner conflict on the committee. Normally they're pretty well aligned on their idea of the rates moving forwards, but today they're like split. Some of them want multiple cuts by the end of the year, and some of them said no cuts. God damn, what's going on? God damn. There's some like bearish news coming out or something. This shit is nuking, god damn. people got right. They didn't wait for the 30-minute confirmation of the structure change, and then they got, and they ended up printing a higher high. Got him. Got him. Got him. Leave it on here for a bit. Shout out to the math. Shout out to the Maya. Bump. Just pixel fucking the 1.25 extension, huh? Huh? What? What? What is that 1.25 bullshit? This guy's fucking delusional. What? I'm gonna stand my ass up too. Fuck. Stand my ass up, boy. Boom, 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 boom. Platinum has been sending, god damn. Quite the move on Platinum. Bum, 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 bum. Time is it? 9:22. Anyways. So y'all got any questions while we sit here chillin'? Cause I got quite the nerd out session planned here. And I've already got these trades covered too, so I'm not gonna be paying too much attention to these charts either. Still sitting in the same old trades.
Moving as a collective, you understand? Anything blue over here, we're dealing with. We put the in blue. Crept up, hitting with two who smacked.
We'll see what happens here though. Might get into some alts. We'll see. Might get into some alts. What am I nerding out on? I'm just finishing that book I was reading the other day. Just finishing that book. Making notes, etc. What's the book? Mind Over Markets. Any good? Yeah. I mean, it's like an updated book of a book I already read. So the only reason I read it is because somebody mentioned it in the chat. Or the only reason I'm reading it. So it's like mostly the same. But it is updated, so there's like some differences. Yeah, pretty interesting, I suppose. Pretty interesting. Definitely some things I want to go look up after. Just the usual shit. Seeing if we find anything particularly interesting. If not, then whatever. There's a third version too. There's actually a new one came out this year. What's it called? Markets and Momentum. Just came out. When would this come out? February 11th of this year. Oh, the Amazon comments are quite interesting on this one. Most people say just like a rehash of the other two. A money grab. We'll see. We'll read it anyways. We will read it anyways. Cause I'm also like watching some stuff like in between chapters to kind of chill on my laptop. Just like interviews and whatnot that I'm catching up on. Because today at the gym I was nerding out on the charts because I was waiting to see if anything happened. Like, all CME was paused. Oh, don't kill me. What's going on over here? Not a whole lot. What chart should we leave it on? Should we leave it on this? Should we leave it on the 5-minute? Leave it on this for now. While we do our thing. 3, what's good? Not a whole lot, not a whole lot, just kind of reading, nerding out, waiting as per usual. We're gonna see if we're gonna clean these bad eyes or are we gonna clean these bad lows. What is up with you? Also just watching the math live and direct, right? 2.5 to the 7.86. Then lower potentially. Is Pixel fucking the math? Looking like everything wants to go lower, yeah? Rejecting off the value area low. Who knows? It is a holiday tomorrow, extremely low volume. Personally hoping we go lower first. We can clean up all this garbage and then go up. If not, we're just kind of leaving like a bunch of unfinished zones below again. More likely that will return below later. When speeds below so I can long safely. Yeah, yeah. Or if we flip this level, right? We can start to like flip this level up here. Either or will do. But yeah, until then, I don't know if we'll be dabbling too much in this zone. I don't want to be longing like in the golden pocket or something when there's a bunch of like poor lows right below you. A lot of people took this one, right? A lot of people took like this golden pocket flipping. But they definitely did it a little bit too early, right? No structure change confirmation on the higher time frame. Personally, I'm just chilling, just sitting in the same trades, chilling, bored. I was gonna drop today, but it looks strong above 100k. I don't know about that. I don't know if it looks too strong. Like we're building value lower and lower, right? First we built a bunch of value up here, then we lost it. And we built a bunch of value down here, and we tried to go up, and then immediately we're building value even lower. It's getting lower and lower every time. And we failed to like do like multiple failed auctions here at this point. Like failed this in the higher time frame. So I don't know if it's looking too strong personally, but we'll know here, right? We'll definitely get an idea of it down here, because either we're gonna like kind of like swing fail this or not. Whoops. But if we did come down here and start to like spend more time, yeah, we're probably going lower. Wicks on the 4 hours. I don't know if I didn't give that too much. Doesn't really mean a whole lot. At the end of the day, it's just like lower lows and lower highs, right? I don't know, that's just me, that's just my, I mean, I'm just judging based on what we're seeing in terms of the value. But like, clearly we're building value lower and lower, right? Towards value area low. That much cannot be disputed. My bias has been that we're definitely going sub 100k at some point. Like if this zone, if we don't like swing this quickly, damn near guaranteed at that point. Who knows, right? We can just start bouncing here and starting to go. Like that's why I'm watching this level. Like I want to see, like, are we gonna swing fail this and go lower perhaps, or not? If we start to swing this and start to go, then yeah, pretty bullish. Until then, we're not really buying it just yet. I gotta make me a believer. Daily close bearish too. Why do you say that? I mean, definitely not hot compared to this candle day before, right? A bit of a pink dildo to the downside. 96k will be awesome. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be going that low, or we're gonna like blast through that zone. That's like the most talked about level in social media sentiment. Like 96, 95, that's what everyone keeps tweeting about, so makes me think we're definitely not going there. Getting front run or blown through. We'll see, right? Just take it level to level. First we'll watch this, then we'll watch this, then we'll watch this, and we'll watch this. See what the data looks like as we get there. I suspect we'll put in some kind of bounce here first, in one of these two spots. Probably the lower one. I'm like eyeing this zone primarily, but we'll see, we'll see. Minimum I want 50%. Last daily candle to consider buyer's takeover. What does that mean? Like you want half this candle to be like printed up to here kind of thing? Not sure what that means exactly. I see. I guess it's an interesting way to look at it, like the 50% level of the daily range. Like closing back above like the equilibrium of the candle of the day before. Yeah, I've never collected stats on that, but I'm curious if there's anything particularly interesting with that. Probably something worth looking into, writing down. Something worth something looking into. And let's just try and eyeball it a little bit. Curious how it works on the weekly as well. Like if you close within like the previous week's equilibrium above or below on the daily. We'll definitely give that some thought. Should be pretty easy to code that too. Don't have to like sit here doing it by hand. Sub 100k looks like there's a lot of liquidity on the weekly. Yeah, there's definitely where is it? Definitely a good amount, definitely a good amount below. Ends at like 94 or so. Also a lot above though. Also don't have to grab it all, is the other thing, right? Then we might just come down and grab like this portion of it and leave like the rest. It's really just a test of demand, right? That's all it is, kind of testing demand. You guys are really demand down here. Or shaking people out, right? How low do we have to go until people get bearish, start selling? It's pretty hard to like be able to predict that beforehand because we don't know. Will it sweep above before dropping? Potentially, right? Just kind of prepare for both. Cause like yeah, there's a world where we like. Okay, like let's say we don't sweep above and we just leave all this shit behind, and then we leave all this behind as well, like all these poor highs. And that just means that whenever we come back here, we're gonna like blast off to that zone, right? Because a bunch of liquidations are getting left behind. It doesn't have to get clean, but definitely possible, right? Stop out a bunch of shorts and then just make them move down. Don't let them juice in the whole move for free. So I have this red line here. I'm kind of waiting to see if we're gonna do like a bit of a swing fail pattern up here and then grab this single print at this extension level and then go lower or not. Because if that starts to happen, I'm probably gonna close out some of the long. Because right now I'm in the same long and same short for days at this point. I've been in the long for like a day and a half. I've been in the short for 2 days, 2.5 days. If it looks like we are gonna be going lower, then yeah, I might as well get something out of it. We never know. Just gotta be prepared. Have them in mind, right? Have a swing fail pattern down here in mind as well. And then we don't have to lose 100k. I mean, the more I see people talking about us losing 100k, the more paranoid it makes me that it's gonna happen. As in, like, it's not gonna happen, right? If everyone's anticipating it, waiting to get filled on their orders down here, you're probably not gonna give you that. We'll see, we'll see. The other thing is it's gonna be pretty slow. The smaller market's closed. I don't know if we're gonna see a whole lot of movement on Friday, maybe. Maybe. Plus the Fed meeting today wasn't particularly interesting. I mean, I guess it was somewhat interesting. They are clearing out some of their balance sheet. Also, they kind of put like the idea of having like a rate hike to rest. At like the last question that they asked him, he basically said like no one's planning for a rate hike right now. Any key points? Not really. I think the main thing was the fact that like the committee is like split. Like normally they're kind of on a pretty similar page. Like one of them might think like, oh, we are gonna get 3 cuts this year, and one might say 2. But today it was like split. Like half the committee thinks we're gonna get no rate cuts the rest of the year, and half of them are saying like 2 or 3, which is not common. So obviously there's some kind of like discrepancy within the committee going on there, whether they admit it or not. Some people are speculating that's related to the fact that he's leaving next year, and they kind of want to play until the current government's views to be selected for the job. Who knows? Speculation at that point. No one knows. Definitely possible. But the general idea was like, yeah, rate cuts will be coming at some point, no matter when. Because all of them had rate cuts priced in for 2026, regardless of what happens the rest of this year. No cuts. I want below 100k BTC. I thought 1 or 2 cuts already priced in. Yeah, actually, let's kind of look at how it probably changed. Actually, I didn't check that out today. There's 33% chance of a cut in September. Currently a 90% chance of no cut in January. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Me personally, I mean, I've been suspecting a move down for like some time. I do think we will at least try to make the move down. They might get like eaten up quick and we bounce, but I think they're gonna at least try it. At least how things are looking so far. Boom, 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 boom. I'm just curious how low we go, right? Cause like, there's a world where we come like way down. Like, imagine we do some like massive like liquidation cascade into like, like the high mid 80s, even like down to a year. People are gonna be freaking the fuck out, freaking out. Cause a lot of people are buying up here, right? Obviously, there's a lot of change of money here. So clearly, a lot of people are buying in this high. Are they gonna be able to stomach a? Let's see what this is. Just take the middle of the range. 20% of their money disappearing in like a week. I don't know if people have the stomach for that, especially when they don't know what's going on. This is the highest volume days right here. Everyone freaks out, thinks bear market is here. I mean, but that's the thing, it's possible, right? It's not like it's out the question. That's what makes it hard. Unlikely, in my opinion, given the state of like monetary policy and whatnot. You never know. It's very like emotion driven, right? If we start to get down here and then like fear, like let's say we come down to these price ranges and then all of a sudden like some super bearish shit happens in the news. Like fear really takes over, right? People are exiting, fucking like walking over each other trying to exit the market. And then you dump hardcore, and at that point, like everyone's like sentiment in the dumpster, and it's gonna take a while to come back from that, even if it isn't an actual bear market. It's not just gonna V-shape recovery from like 50k back to 100k in like a month. Scared of big players this cycle? There's always big players. That was the case since day one. It's always been the case. BTC comes below 60k, you see a lot of bankruptcy. Yeah, that too, right? Like the whole like treasury stuff, it's definitely right. If that starts to unravel, look out below as well. And the thing is, like, whenever you see these kind of like manias occur like that, it's pretty often the market punishes you for it, right? Not be surprising one bit to see that. Like, a lot of people think like this next bear market that we're about to get is like like the biggest bear market we've had, and not just in like crypto, like in all markets. This time we have BlackRock. Not really. I mean, BlackRock is just. It's not like Larry Fink is on the phone like, yo, buy 100 million Bitcoin or some shit. You know what I mean? It's just normal investors that are buying their ETF product. All they did was make it easier for people to buy it in like a regulated, legal manner. There's always been whales though. And at the end of the day, it's not like manipulation, right? They're just selling high and buying low, or selling into like times people are over leveraged. But that's what everyone's doing, or everyone that knows what's going on, everyone's doing that. So it's not manipulation per se. It's just you either know how to play the game or you don't. And if you don't, then you're gonna sit here crying and saying it's manipulation, blah blah blah. In reality, you just got, right? Don't respect the game enough. At the end of the day, trading's been around for like hundreds of years, right? A lot of thought has gone into this game, how to play it effectively, how to play it on the higher time frame. Because they're all selling at highs, right? Like it's not like, for people to be buying here, somebody's got to be selling. And who's selling? People are unloading their bags on you. And then if it goes lower, then they just made profit and they can buy back later. And if it ends up actually breaking out, they'll just buy back in. And how much are they gonna miss out of the move? 5%, 10%? At the cost of not being left as a fucking bag holder if it just ends up going lower into like a prolonged bear market or downtrend. So everyone's always selling at like highs when it starts to get like overheated on the higher time frames. Or at least de-risking. Like I'm not saying you sell your whole bag, but you definitely like de-risk. Like most of the squeezes you see, like think about it, it's like the spot market versus the leverage like derivatives market. And most of the squeezes are because of the spot market squeezing out leverage like traders. So like they'll either like buy and squeeze you out, and then whatever they just bought at the bottom of the move, they're selling up here from profit. Or they're selling you and squeezing you out on the downside, and then they're buying at the bottom and riding it back up. You say overheated on the higher time frames. Could you explain that? Just look at the oscillators and whatnot, right? You start to have like divergences like on the daily, or it starts to get like super high reads on the RSI or the MACD. Same with especially like the weekly. Boom, boom, boom. And people are gonna shave from their bag here just based on the math, right? It's like outlier event. Sure, can it go a little bit higher? Possibly, but you don't care. At the end of the day, it's not about like if this is the price action, like your goal is not to buy the fucking pixel perfect bottom and sell pixel perfect top. Point is to buy near the bottom and sell near the top, right? Somewhere in this range. At least that's how like the larger entities do it, right? Because it also takes you time to deploy all your money. If you have to like put in $500 billion into the market, you can't just do it right now, right? I can't just go to my exchange and put in an order for $500 billion. It doesn't work like that. So you need time to like build and exit these positions. Like here, right? Like let's just look like this is already made higher highs while this was flat, and then you had like momentum losing, volume divergence, MACD falling off, right? So all of these were diverging up here. So is it a coincidence that people started selling up here? No. Could it have gone higher? Sure. But at that point, like, it's way more risky to hold it than to sell some. And that's why you don't sell all of it, right? That's why you just sell portions. Because that way, if you're wrong, it does go higher, then sick, I'm juicing more in the rest of my bag. And if it goes lower, well, now you have money to buy more at a cheaper price. And if it confirms that the high is in, then you can start selling off even harder. Just signs of weakness, that's all it is, right? People are looking for signs of weakness to sell and signs of strength to buy back. And there's like lots of ways to do that, right? People use all kinds of different indicators. I mean, so far, as far as sell in May, go away works, right? When is this? This is the end of May. So far, it's been down only ever since. So people de-risked because of that as well, like seasonality reasons. You also have to realize that like we are like nearing the end of this bull market, right? How much does Bitcoin have left to go up here at this point? And people are talking about getting a parabolic blow off top. Like we've already gone parabolic. Like this is literally the definition of going parabolic, right? Already had it. Sure, is there like one more leg up? Like maybe a second? Sure. But people are getting out, right? Like the longer you hold into this move, the riskier you're getting of being like left holding the bag at the top. So they're selling like they're already selling like here, they're already selling here, they're already selling here, they're already selling here. And the higher we go, the more they're de-risking, because it becomes more probable that the top is in. The higher you keep going. Can't just go up forever. And there are some that believe that this is a super cycle, right? People are sitting here talking about this thing's going to fucking like 400k, 500k this cycle, blah blah blah. Sure, maybe it's possible. I don't think people are gonna risk like missing out on gains and going into bear market for that hopium. Not worth the risk to them. This is a big move too, right? Like, let's just think about this kind of move right now. Let's say you bought on the bear market lows. You're up 5x right now. Let's say you even bought here. Or you doubled your money in a year. Imagine you put in $5 billion into Bitcoin a year ago and you just doubled that to 10 billion. That's fucking ridiculous, right? It's like those are absurd gains. So people are definitely taking profit on that. Are you kidding me? You'd be stupid not to. Opium is a dangerous drug. Yeah, but that's how they get everybody, right? Cause like, who do you think is buying up here, right? Who do you think is just buying? Like, think of it like this: like, the market is simply like there's like a psychology for this, right? That's like the first comers, like all the way to like the laggards, right? Like, who's the laggards? Like, people that don't know like what's really going on in the game, like the retail crowd, and I mean like true retail, right? Like we're retail. At the end of the day, like, we are retail as well. Like, I'm talking about the people that like that you work with and don't know anything about Bitcoin, and then when they see in the news it's 150k, they're asking you like, should I buy? And then they end up going and buying some without even like waiting for you to respond. But that's who's buying at the tops, right? the laggards, people that are last. They're the ones getting got the hardest. And they're the ones that are buying into the hopium at that point, right? Like max euphoria, max hopium, like, oh shit, wow, this is actually like a store of wealth, like sovereign wealth asset, oh my god. And then yeet. And then they're the ones selling it back to you at the lows, right? After they lost like fucking 70% of their value of their money, and then they're selling it back to you at the bottom. So basically, you give them your bag to hold up here, and say, oh, I'll see it back at the lows, and they give it right back to you for a discount. It's just fucking how it works. How long can you be in a leverage trade? As long as you can pay the fees, right? Because that's the thing. Like you have to pay every 8 hours or whatever. It depends on what like you're trading. Because some have like different rates for the funding, but generally it's every 8 hours you're paying like some fee. So the longer you stay in it, the more you're paying. It's eating away. There are people who are on leverage trades from like down here, right? If I would have like when knew about like leverage trading and like I was like had to learn about trading before this, cause like I started here, right? It's when I first started learning about like finance and whatnot. Like let's say I started like here, I would have opened up massive leverage positions at this point in time. Sucks, missed out. We'll be prepared for the next time though. But yeah, as long as you're able to like pay like the fees for it. Yeah, people can definitely be in from April. Like they are for sure. If you go look at like heat maps that go that far back, like there's definitely people that got away with it. Yeah, there's a saying that when your Uber says to buy BTC, that's time to sell. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's gonna be true. Like moving, like, okay, I could see in the past that statement being like more relevant. As time passes, it is becoming more like well understood and whatnot. So I feel like that statement's gonna like lose its value over time. But in general, whatever, it still applies, right? It still applies. The fees increase as your gains increase, or is it steady? It depends. It depends. We talked about this. It's a scale, right? How much money is like on the long versus the short side? Like there's times that these people have been getting paid for these positions, right? Whenever the funding flips negative, they're getting paid for these longs. So it just depends on what like the current ratio is. But like usually when you see these like crazy advances, like people are like going crazy long, and the funding gets like pretty crazy. Like, there's heat maps for the funding. Like, let's just see if we can find one. So like hype has been pretty crazy, or you can't see this, fuck. So like hype has been probably like one of the strongest movers, right? And at one point the funding got pretty high here, it was like 100%. But like there's times in the market when this is happening and this whole thing turns like fucking orange to like deep orange. And usually you want to be watching out for that, right? Because usually it's like some kind of topping signal, like some kind of local top coming. Good morning, my boy. Hello. Hello. Harshal. Hello, my boy. See what's going on over here. We've been yapping. Ba-bum, 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 bum, bum. Yeah, people definitely get away with high time frame leverage positions. Cause the other thing is like you don't need to also like you don't like a lot of people get very carried away with leverage, right? Everyone thinks that they need to be in some like 20x, 10x, like 50x leverage trade. If you opened a 2x leverage trade from down here, you literally just doubled your fucking gains with an entire move. Doubled your gains on the move. Instead of 5x your money, you just 10x it with 2x leverage. So like you don't need to be going like over the top leverage. So it kind of allows you to avoid getting liquidated on this stuff too. Let's just think about that out loud, right? A 2x leverage, I doubled my money, right? Sounds like a fucking glitch to me. Sounds like a glitch to me. Also way less risk. Imagine someone was in 100x leverage from the bottom and still in it. There are people like that. Like there are people like that on you'll see it on Twitter sometimes. People like post their trades from time to time. Some people are definitely in trades like that. But the problem is you can't. Like there's limits to how much you can have in terms of a leverage position. Like I can't go to an exchange and tell them I want to open like $2 billion worth on 100x leverage. It doesn't work like that. There's size caps. I think Hyperliquid's like the first one that kind of gives you that kind of optionality to open like some pretty high leverage, high size positions. Or maybe Binance does as well. I don't know. Like it's banned here, so I can't use it. So I don't know like what the mechanics of their exchange are. But I know for the ones that we're allowed to use where we are, you can't do that. Like some of them only allow you to have, like let's say like the leverage is 100x. Like they only allow you to have like up to like $2,000 in margin. So I can't take like 100 grand and open a 100x position. Maybe someone here uses Binance and knows. Binance and Bybit. So the people that are like juicing on those like big ass moves from down there, let's do the math, right? Just kind of do the math out of curiosity. How much could they possibly have? So let's say you open a 125x leverage with $1,000. Pretty crazy. 600 grand from 1,000? Pretty crazy. Yeah, definitely, that's a mega juice, right? Good ROI on that one. I don't know why someone would ever post a position on X. Seems like putting a target on your back. Not really. Especially for something that small, like no one fucking cares. Boom. Yeah, like in reality, people don't really. Like there's a lot going on in terms of like people posting their positions, right? Because like if I can post my position publicly, and then I can have another position even larger in a different direction. So it's not simple just saying like, oh, they know their position, so they're gonna get hunted, kind of thing. Check my Discord. I heard something crazy yesterday. I saw Pershing trading Nasdaq and S&P, which is a crazy method. Yeah, you talk about using GEX levels. Yeah, like everyone does that. It's not like a secret. Like that's why I look at the gamma, the options data every day. Cause like that tells you how they're half the hedge, right? Boom. Well, not everyone does that. Like, I won't say everyone, right? I'm sure there's a lot of traders out there that don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But people that know, right? If you know, you know. Yeah, everyone's looking at the gamma exposure levels. Because you know price is going to be contained or not, and then you also know like if you start to pass certain points of gamma exposure, like do they have to buy into the rally or sell into it to maintain their hedges? So you know if you and then you also know like where the GEX flip is. 90% win rate. Maybe I never tried it. Maybe. But it also like changes a lot, right? Like, you have to consider the 0 date expiry option flow. You know, there's no free lunches in trading, right? Anything that you think of, anything I think of, it's already been tried with people. And there's like a pro and con to everything. If it was as simple as how you're describing a 9% win rate, then everyone would be doing it. Like, if you know about it, then that means everyone else knows about it too, right? But yeah, you should look into all those kind of things, right? 'Cause it's not just the gamma. Like, you have to look at like the row, the charm, all like the second and third order options, and look for like IV crushes, etc. Not sure a lot of people know about it. That's the thing. One's own software. Fair enough. Yeah, like I have to kind of like look a bit more in depth into everything you just said in there, but seems interesting. Seems interesting. Also, I'm not sure. The other thing about that is like you're not accounting for dark pools, so I'm not sure how that impacts the strategy, but I'm sure there's some impact based on that. It's a pretty good interview actually. It's like a pretty famous options trader. What is it? Let me see if I can find the link. Where is it? It was a while ago. Fuck. I don't remember what channel it was on, but it was like some like pretty major options trader, like runs like a massive fund that trades like only option strategies, and he's talking about all of it pretty in depth. So it's definitely pretty insightful to watch. The thing is, I don't remember the guy's name. I don't remember what channel it was on. It was like Words of Wisdom, perhaps, or like what's the other one? Titans of Tomorrow, maybe. Oh, here. Okay, sick. Yeah, watch that if you want to go do a little bit more of a deep dive. Yeah, you should also like definitely have an idea of how like how all like the Greeks work, right? All like and not only just like the primary ones everyone talks about, like delta and gamma. Like the second and third order derivatives as well, because those are all strategies like that are move around those. Speaking of options, it's options expiry on Friday. Friday. Boom, boom. I'll look into this, thanks. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I usually watch, well, okay, more of these recent guys' interviews I enjoy watching, but even some of them are a bit funny. Because there's some people on here that, it's what I was talking about the other day, right? Okay, like in trading, there's people, there's a ranking, right? Not everyone is rank 1. Not everyone's ranked 100, not everyone's ranked 1,000. And some of the people that are getting interviewed in this thing clearly are not that high rank, right? Sure, they're profitable traders, but they're like clearly not quite there, I'll say. But I watch them anyways, right? I watch them anyways for the sake of like getting any kind of nugget of value. And I would definitely avoid the earlier interviews in this channel because there's definitely a lot of NPCs back then. They used to do have like non-verified traders on here, and you could tell from listening to them talk about their trading, it's like clearly you don't know what the hell's going on. Cool channel though, cool channel, shows the world of wisdom, right? Putting out a bunch of cool interviews. What's the other channel that does a bunch of them? Titans of Tomorrow. Also doing a lot of good interviews lately. And just make sure you question everything, right? Don't just believe things people say on here blindly. Like there's a reason you don't hear interviews from anybody from like Jane Street or Millennium or anything like that. So the peak of knowledge is you're not gonna find it online, and these people are not at the peak probably for a reason. So take everything with a grain of salt. And I say that respectfully, right? I'm not up there either. Plenty of to learn, but just to kind of put things in context, some perspective. Bum 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 bum. And shout out to Circle, right? What a fucking move. I think the IPO price was $30. It's already up 500%. Pretty sure I still make a lot of money. Not really. It depends who you're comparing it to, right? Things like people have like a very skewed perception of money because of social media. There are people that put on massive trades, right? I'm looking at somebody right now who opened like almost a $40 million trade. So when you compare people like that, not really. Also doesn't mean anything either, right? I mean, like how much money you make is like irrelevant. That's institutional? No, it's not. That's the thing. Definitely not. I mean, I'm sure some are, right? But like, you have to like realize like how much wealth is really out in the world. Like, there are thousands of like, let's just kind of start from the tip of the iceberg, right? Like there are thousands of billionaires. There's like 3,000 billionaires. So that means from like 99 million and down, it only gets wider. So a lot of people with a lot of money. Especially in trading, right? Because trading is like basically the most profitable thing you can do. Like, it is the most profitable thing you can do. What other job compares to that? Unless you're some like massive like real estate developer, or you were in like some kind of tech company and owned a bunch of shares before it blew up. Like that's basically what dominates that stuff. And become profitable, open an asset management company and manage people's money. I don't even know if you want to even do that, to be honest. Yeah, but I was considering doing that, and I like part of what I do during the day is like I'm studying to get like the cause like there's like a lot of you need to be certified to do that, right? You can't just say fuck it, I'm gonna open a fund tomorrow. There's like a lot of regulation and red tape that you have to get by. Like a lot, you have to do a lot of like courses to be able to do that. Which is like I study for that during the day sometimes, cause I'm in no rush to do it. But from the people that I talk to that do it, they say it's like a pain in the ass. Because the people whose money you're managing are constantly questioning everything you do and bitching, right? When they don't understand what's going on. So like imagine you're like telling people that like you want to sell for like X, Y, and Z reason, and they're fucking telling you no, go fuck yourself. You're not selling, and if you do, I'm taking my money out of the fund. Kind of a pain in the ass, right? A lot of people do the opposite. They go from like having like massive funds to like doing like closed funds with only people that they want to allow them to invest their money. So I pick whose money I'm managing. If someone comes to me and I don't like them, I'm gonna tell them to go fuck themselves. Cause you don't want to deal with that shit. Like this stuff's already like stressful enough as it is for most people. So like, you also want the added stress of having some dumbass bitching at you all day. Yeah, exactly. You need just like lots of things. Like in Canada, there's like a whole set of courses. The Canadian securities courses you have to do. But honestly, you know, it's interesting enough actually, because like I started looking into these courses after like nerding out on trading for like a year. And I already know most of the stuff actually. So like I did a pretty good job of like self-directed learning with no kind of guidance, I think. Like there's some stuff in there that's a bit more related to stuff that's like not trading related that you have to know, which I didn't know because it wasn't relevant to having to learn it. But for the most part, a lot of stuff I did already know, which felt kind of good. We'll make them sign a contract. They choose to have the fun. I don't know if it works like that. I don't know. It sounds pretty egregious, right? Can't just take someone's money hostage. Is that even a thing? Interesting. From what I'm reading, it seems like when you go to the fund, you agree to some kind of like initial lockup period. And if you want to leave it before that lockup, then yeah, they'll take like 2% of the fee. Or 2% of whatever money you're taking out. But I don't know, according to ChatGPT, it's kind of based on the contract of the fund itself. Some might not do that at all. Some might have like 1%. Interesting, interesting. Good to know. Good to know. The thing is, like, I don't know, the only reason you'd really want to do that is because the game changes, right? Like the way that we invest now is like traders at home trading like whatever is not the same as when you're trading like $4 billion. It's very different strategies. So yeah, if you're someone that wants to kind of get to that point and try different things, or that kind of stuff interests you, then yeah, go for it, right? But don't think that like the stuff that we're doing right now is gonna have carryover to trading like a multi-billion-dollar hedge portfolio with like all different kinds of correlations and hedging strategies. It's not relevant at all. Won't say not relevant at all, but like very different, right? It is interesting though. Like that's what I'm learning about now a lot of times when I'm sitting here streaming. Like sure, like I still spend time learning things about like leverage trading and whatnot, but I'm also learning a lot about kind of more like abusive strategies on the higher time frames for big, larger positions. Like capturing spreads, for example, right? Like you're not gonna try and do some kind of strategy where you're capturing a spread when you're trading $1 million. It's not enough money to make like good use of that. But if you're trading like $500 million and capturing like a 3% spread, can be pretty useful, right? Also helps you understand the game itself, right? Take a more thorough understanding what's really going on in these charts. All the different entities play the game. Are we actually gonna clean these highs this time, or what? Or what? Or what? How's the rest of this data looking? Not particularly interesting. You guys fucking with the math? Fucking with the math? Any questions? I'm about to go piss, but yeah, if somebody has any questions, let me know. Let your boy know. Yeah, damn. Any questions? Or nah? Or nah? Should we just nerd out? Go back to nerding out. Sit my ass down. While we wait for this thing. Also, yeah, you end up getting that move up on the dollar, right? The Dixie. What is this on? Um, should we open a quant fund? No, down to open a quant fund with the boy. I mean, we already have like 3 or 4 computer scientists in here, right? We already got the base foundations. Put you guys onto the game. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to the math. Time is it? I'm looking at a 3-hour candle. Four minutes till this 30-minute candle. Okay. It's gonna close above the VWAP or not, right? It's gonna close back below that bitch. The Whoppers. The WAP. Any questions? I'm about to join the next nerd out sesh. Antonio Morales, hello. Hello, my friend. How are you on this beautiful evening or morning? I don't know where you are. Antonio. Also, did you guys see that move on Coinbase today? Y'all fucking with that Coinbase move? Green dildo? Yeet. Shout out to my Coinbase spot bag approaching these new highs. Bum, bum, bum. Trying to offer tokenized stocks essentially. Coinbase to allow USDC stablecoin to use as collateral. Yeah, they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff over there. The credit card's pretty interesting as well. Definitely planning on holding Coinbase long term, right? That's definitely like a long term spot bag. Long term spot bag. Same with Robinhood. Although Robinhood's been looking a little. Might be time to trim the bag a little bit. Interesting stuff going on there though. You know, the Bitcoin miners though, those things are not looking too hot, right? The miners are not looking too hot. I got pretty juicy entries on those, so like I'm still juicing on that, but definitely like the remaining portions of my bag on those, a little bit suspicious. We'll see if they end up getting like another pump towards the end of the run. Very fortunate to get good timing on those. Whoops. Whoops. Put that back on there. Now, what do you guys think's gonna happen, right? You guys let me know. You guys bullish, you bearish, or what? So I can counter trade your bitch ass. Motherfucker. Let me know. So how are all these stablecoin things doing today? Any change? Goddamn radium, god damn, what the fuck? What the fuck? The fuck is this? Mm-mm-mm. Okay, okay. God damn. Bum, 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 bum. What should we do tomorrow? Market's closed, right? Little bit of a day off almost. God damn. God damn. Hope we get some volatility tomorrow, right? I have my suspicions, everything being closed, but I mean, it is an opportunity for international markets to do their thing. Hopefully we get a little bit of a thing going on tomorrow. Some bala bala. If not, I'm gonna just be sitting in these same trades. If we do swing fail up here though, or below, definitely gonna get into some alts, right? We're gonna get into some alts. Get a little nasty in the alts. Question is which ones, right? So shout out to our yellow lines, right? Can we just have a quick shout out to our yellow lines? Look at the yellow lines in the S&P, right? God damn. Ding, 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 bing, 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 bing. Shout out to the yellow lines. God damn. Get them. God damn. Goddamn. Juice, 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 juice. Papi chulo, yo. Hello, my boy. Papi chulo, been a minute. How are you, my friend? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Busy with life, no trading for me. Whatever, whatever. Oh, you're missing a whole lot, right? Oh, you're missing a whole lot. Always another trade, always something going on, right? You can get back into the game whenever, right? So, yeah. What are plans? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I would say get caught up, right? I'd say probably try and catch up to some extent. I mean, you have been here for a while, but in the most immediate thing, I'm watching like the zone. To the downside, I'm watching like this. So yeah, those are the plans right now, right? Are we gonna kind of like swing fail up here, or just like whatever, do some kind of like typical reversal, whatever. It doesn't have to be a swing fail, but same with down here. Those are the next two zones of interest. We'll say that. Is there some kind of reaction there? We'll see. Bum, 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 bum. Who knows, right? Who knows? As per usual, just kind of gotta have plans and then wait and look at the data. Markets are also closed tomorrow, and it's options on expiry on a Friday, so I haven't looked at the options data too in depth. So I'm not particularly, I don't care too much about like the individual expiries, but probably should, right? Probably should. We did make a note to do it, just never got around to going too in depth. Just a lot of data to consume. Probably do it tomorrow morning actually, just to kind of have a better idea for Friday. Cause I think they only really need to look at like the large caps. I'm gonna get a quick glance at those. But tomorrow though, I don't know about tomorrow. I don't know what to expect for tomorrow. We'll see. It is an American-only holiday, so it wouldn't be the first time you see some fuckery going down in the markets while there's low volume. And it doesn't matter, right? And it doesn't matter as much as we can sit here and speculate and plan. Just gotta look at the chart level to level. Everything else kind of just noise. Look at the charts, look at the data. The usual shit. Bum 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 bum. Definitely very curious about up here though. So this is kind of like the first thing I mean, we were talking about this yesterday already, but like even more so today. Because we did come up and then go lower, so like now there's even like more liquidity up here. So definitely being very mindful of the reaction up there. Thing is that I'm already in a long and a short, so I'm more so kind of just watching that to decide if I'm gonna get into any kind of alt trades or not. Oh man. And some alt things. Boom, 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 boom. 30-minute candle in 2 minutes. Finally closing above the VWAP in the golden pocket again. Plus the volume point of control, right? And yesterday's TPO point of control. There'll be some life from the bulls right now. See if we can sweep these highs finally, or what? Or what? Plus we have been building value up there towards the top end of this little local range for a bit now. 4 or 5 hours. Bum, bum. Fucking wrist hurts. Fuck. 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 Streaming tomorrow? Yeah, yeah, should be, right? Typical shit. Typical shit, right? I mean, like, whatever, who knows, unless something comes up, but no, the plan is to stream tomorrow, kind of usual thing, 8 p.m. or so Eastern. I'm out, but I'll see you then. Shout out to you, shout out to Papi Chulo. Yeah, I was actually playing with the air horn today. I think I gotta like get the air horn for this shit. What you doing right now? DJ air horn. Shout out to Papi Chulo. Oh my gosh. Circle ripping every day. Options would have paid good. Yeah, yeah. Circle has been ripping. Curious how high it goes. Would have been nice to get in on the IPO of that. Maybe we'll wait for the pullback at some point. Or maybe it's just like completely mispriced and there is no pullback. It just kind of like starts consolidating at wherever it stops. Like, what was the initial price? I think it was like $30, right? Yeah. Pretty juicy move for whoever got into that. Boom. Shout out to whoever got that. Which fortunately got left behind on that one. Whatever though, right? I'm sure there'll always be more opportunities. Gears. I'm also curious how the next ones will go, right? If any kind of other like stablecoin company goes public. I'd imagine they're not going to be as wild of a move as that. Like, let's just assume this was some major mispricing. I think they'll have a better idea next time. Looking forward to Tesla to 1K. Yeah, don't know how quick it's gonna be getting there though. I don't think it's gonna happen like anytime relatively soon. don't think so. Circle market cap 26% stable coins. Is it that high? But like imagine like Tether went public or something. Also, I'm very curious how like the future of stablecoins moves in that regard. Because a lot of companies are planning to make their own stables, right? It's gonna like dilute this more and more, and then there's gonna be like less money flowing into Circle. So I imagine that share is gonna diminish over time. Who knows? Who knows? Just watch that video you shared, pretty interesting. Lots of good knowledge bits. Yeah, that's why I watch those interviews all the time. Like I've watched like basically every interview on there. Lots of interesting stuff. Also a lot of different different perspectives, right? Like some people think one like at the end of the day in the market, like somebody's taking the opposite side of your trade, right? So like obviously there has to be different perspective than what you have for that to be the case. It's always interesting to hear perspectives from like both sides, right? Because they can be very different while both being insightful. Because there's no like right or wrong per se. Mainly that guy or the channel in general. Both. I think the channel specific, like that channel is like all interviews with traders, right? Although I definitely watched the more recent ones because like he used to interview a bunch of like non-verified traders. A lot of them were like the typical like NPC you find online is like faking P&Ls and doesn't actually know how to trade and selling courses, blah blah blah. And it's pretty obvious when you watch the interviews, right? When you hear them talk about shit, it's like they don't know like what they're talking about, or it's like very basic thing that's like, okay, obviously if you're trained like that, that doesn't work. Like that guy got a lot of shit for that, right? Because like he got exposed for it, because people exposed those traders. So that's why the thing has moved to like verified traders only. Although I won't even blame the host per se. Like, I mean, whatever. He probably should have done his due diligence, but I don't think he was being like malicious by doing it. So at least it seems like that to me. What video? I missed it. Yeah. Just go open the chat. I just did an interview with some guy that does like options trading. So we were talking about options. And a lot of times I'll also watch videos of like conferences, right? There'll be conferences where some like for instance like the head of digital assets at BlackRock will like give a presentation at a conference, a keynote. Like you might as well listen, right? That's free juice. Gotta look into what they're thinking, why they're thinking, what they're thinking, etc. We're very fortunate to live in the age we do, right? Because like 30 years ago, like none of this was possible. Whereas now you have like direct connection to these people on like Twitter and whatnot. Like they tweet like at length posts of their thoughts, etc. Pretty juice, right? That's the real juice, the knowledge. The juice. this actually real? There's no way, right? Of course it's fake. It's fucking stupid. Good night, good sir. I'm gassed. I'll just check the juice box in the AM. It's really not much. Like, if anything, like it's the same idea as earlier, right? I'm sure people are like entertaining this trade again. Turn the golden pocket into support again. This time they're not gonna get baited, I hope, right? Actually wait for the structure to change, and then we're gonna clean the highs. But yeah, I mean, this is basically the juice box. It's like these two zones, or flipping them. That's the TLDR of the juice box today. Not a whole lot. I'm sure that there'll be like scalps in between, but yeah, it'd be like the primary one I'd be watching. We'll see, we'll see. I don't know. Like, it wouldn't be the first time that stuff happens when the market's closed, because it's only an American holiday, right? You have to remember that. So there can be like a lot of fuckery going on. Because like the market, like say Bitcoin starts to like pump, then all like the Bitcoin stocks are gonna like gap up on when the market resumes. So you can get fucked over a lot of people doing shit like that. Or vice versa. And it's not just Bitcoin. There's a lot of like stocks that have that kind of effect going on. But yeah, we'll see, right? As per usual, kind of gotta wait and see. Patience and waiting is the name of the game. Shout out to you though. I'm getting off relatively soon as well anyways, in the next like 10-15 minutes. 4-hour stream almost. The usual. Call it at 4 hours. Do we have the air horn open still? Fuck. I closed it. Fuck it, I can't even bother to find that right now. Shout out to Oliver though. Shout out to Oliver. Does anybody else have any questions right before we start to get ready to head out here? Any questions? Goddamn. 4-hour candle close coming soon. Goddamn. God damn. Shout out to the math. Shout out to FOMC today. Shout out to all the planning. Shout out to all these juicy trades. Shout out to the patience. Shout out to the nerd out session we had tonight. Right, nice nerd out sesh. 5 weeks of sideways action. Can't take it anymore. Maybe this is the best time. What do you mean? It's like the easiest trading environment. You're just longing the high, like shorting the highs and longing the lows over and over. In like a well-defined range. It's like the ideal trading world. Sharp push to 106.5 and drop to low 100Ks will be good. I don't know if you want to be going that high. I mean, it depends how like far the short squeeze kind of takes us. But I don't know if you want to be going that, because that's like starting to get into like bullish territory, right? So you really don't want to like risk having this level lost if you're bearish. Or I guess the bears in general, right? The bears team. If this level starts to get flipped and like all of a sudden like going back to all-time highs on the table. So this is like the like line in the sand for the bears. So yeah, maybe we come up here and tap this. How's the volume looking? Yeah. Definitely will not tolerate time spent up here, right? If we come up here and it's not like a quick like ding ding or like a ding 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 ding. I'd be pretty suspicious. If we come up here and start building value, pretty bullish, in my opinion. We'll find out pretty soon, right? Find out pretty soon. Because for sure a lot of people are entertaining this long, right? People are trying to get into the sweep. Short opportunity soon too, right? If it does end up doing that, definitely a potential scalp short opportunity up here. Depending on everything's looking. None of the shorts have closed on Bybit yet or OKX, so definitely a decent amount of shorts trapped right now. We're gonna have any divergences when we get up there? Any kind of CBD divergence? What's the math on this? Need a delta of 60 million to print a bear div. Possible, definitely possible. There'll be some CBD bear divs up here. How the rest of these are looking? Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't happen soon though. Hopefully it happens tomorrow during the day. Tomorrow early in the morning. I don't want to miss out on that, but I'm going to get in some alt trades, but whatever. This is also where most of the high leverage liquidations end, right there. Some more confluence or tapping that zone, potentially the 106.5 that you're talking about. We'll see as kind of usual, kind of look at the data, wait till we get there, see how it looks, what the structure is looking like. So what's the math on that? 'Cause that's like the 0.5 level, right? It's not like that far. Let's do a quick juice box. Right, how long's it been? 4 hours or so? Yeah. Do a quick juice box. Well, it's not particularly interesting, right? I mean, not really, nothing's really changed from yesterday's, to be honest, right? Where did we got up yesterday? It was like here. Yeah. Or not a whole lot has changed. We'll kind of do it anyways. A quick TLDR recap. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, for sure, people like market smash are gonna be market smashing this with like a stop here, right? Trying to target like these highs. Oh, like the risk rewards aren't really the greatest on. Personally, I don't know if I'd be taking that, especially because like you don't even know if we're gonna sweep this on low volume. I'm sure some people have entertained that trade. They tried earlier, now they're trying again. Personally, I just wait for the easier ones, right? Kind of wait for like us to like sweep below, like sweep like the clean the single prints. Below. And if the data is not looking good down here, then like obviously levels of interest lower, right? We've been talking about these ones for much longer, so same kind of idea, right? As we get down there, look at the data, look at the structure, see if you have edge to take the trade. If you do, take it. If not, don't. And to above, it'd be like the same as yesterday, right? Kind of flipping these levels, like flipping like 105.7 slash 106.5, and you kind of like bearish or bullish retest of those zones. Yeah. In terms of shorts, we did this potential thing, right? It's kind of like SFP, potential like SFP. We're gonna failed auction at 105.7k. I guess we'll call them 1.8k. Like this zone. Be careful though, right? Because there's obviously some confluence building for move to end up here, so it could just kind of like blast through. So as per usual, have some patience, right? Don't get too caught up in the low time frame. Let some like structure develop. Bum, 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 bum. Other than that, probably if we start to like lose the value area low, right? Kind of like the bearish retest of this like yellow line, golden pocket, etc. Like right here. With the PD value area low, golden pocket, yellow line, VWAP, right? A lot of confluence in the zone, so if this level gets lost, pretty suspicious. Kind of like the inverse of what we're watching now to the upside. And other than that, obviously, like there's like some higher time frame potential shorts up here that we've talked about for a while. But we'll leave those for now, right? I suspect we're not going to be getting some crazy volatility like this tomorrow. Maybe we do, right? Let's keep in mind that tomorrow is markets are closed, and I don't know. I'm not some kind of political person. I don't know if they keep this in mind. I suspect they probably do. But if the U.S. was going to do something in Iran, tomorrow would maybe be the day to do it, considering the markets are closed and people can't freak out. That's just purely me speculating, though. Take that with an extremely huge grain of salt. Could be just complete fake news. I don't know. It's just something to think about, right? Crypto is running 24/7. There is always a risk of exposure here. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll kind of reconnect tomorrow. This music just ended. Book. But yeah, other than that, pretty chill stream, right? A bit of yapping, a bit of nerding out. My kind of vibe. I like it. Do a quick shout out. Shout out to OG Miho. Shout out to MB. Shout out to Harris. Shout out to 3. Who else we got here? Shout out to Harshal. Shout out to me. Shout out to Antonio Morales. Shout out to Papi Chulo. Been a minute since you've seen Papi Chulo in here, so shout out to him. And yeah, hopefully this juice box gets the kind of the juices flowing as per usual, right? Just some trade ideas as usual. Look at the data. Don't just trade these things blindly. I'll be back again tomorrow. We'll be back again tomorrow, usual time. Sync up before the end of the week. Hope everybody has an amazing evening. Hope everyone enjoyed FOMC, although it wasn't particularly volatile. Might not be able to see the market's real reaction to this until Monday, but it's okay. It's how things go. Usually when we want something in the market, we don't get it. It's the sad reality of things. But I'm out here. I'm tired. I'm about to go lay down, enjoy myself. Probably sleeping a little bit. I'll be back again tomorrow. Later.